Hello. It is time. Oh no. I realized that the earbuds I've been using actually only one of the two worked. So I was like, all right, let me go look for another pair, clean them off, and I'm about to start. I test my voice, and I realize they literally cannot play bass. So I have like radio sound. I'm literally, I cannot hear any bass at all. Which I would rather have one earbud that I have bass on than none. I don't know, I'm in it. I'm in it now. Recoil. Recoil is what I'm doing. So I need to make this based on impulses. And I guess the first thing that I should do is make it so it will be So I think with Recoil, fire rate is still sort of bound by frame rate, but then the bullets don't actually fire until the physics tick. So it's like if you have a really low frame rate, automatic weapons are still going to be fine, but you won't be able to fire semi-automatic weapons as quickly if you have a really bad frame rate. Which I think I'm okay with. And the thing is, the frame rate doesn't even really get any better than the physics tick. Because frame rate is input bound. If your there's nothing you can really do about that. Without putting game logic on like a different thread as your input thread. And then you can actually have input come in live while your game thread is running. Like actually, if I were, now that I'm thinking about that, if I were to do my own game engine, I would definitely do it that way. Input runs on its own thread. Game logic runs on its own thread. Physics runs on its own thread. And Godot is technically multi-threaded physics, but not really. The game loop still requires a frame to pass before it can process physics, which means the way that it should be is that physics is just ticking away as fast as it can, ideally. I guess if you know you're going to be multiplayer, then you probably want to target a 60 FPS or 60 TPS or something a little bit higher. And then you have a render thread, which just locks the state of the world and tries to render the frame. It copies the data as quickly as it can, and then it renders the frame. Well, locks a thread, copies everything it needs, I guess in order as it needs it, and then it unlocks that stuff as quickly as possible. And then you have your game logic thread, which is running and synchronizing with physics. Frame rendering can interrupt in the middle if it can. So, and then you would have like interpolation in between. Like you would have a whole separate piece of physics that is rendering in between frames using current information. Anyway, ramble. I gotta drink some water. Okay. Recoil. I'm just gonna go and close that. Check. What even changed here? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So in looking at how weapon node works, I've seen a few things that I did, which like, I feel messy in the way that I did this. Honestly, it was just kind of like a bad system always. And I just had to keep going with it. Okay, I can't. These earbuds are so abysmally bad. I can't. I actually cannot. That is so bad. Hearing this song and knowing what it's supposed to sound like, these are like, it's like they have a 1K band. And that it's like a band pass. That's all I can hear. There's no high frequencies, there's no low frequencies. Not even close to having low frequencies. It is so bad. I actually am like in disbelief how bad that is. I don't know how you can manufacture headphones that just earbuds that literally don't play sound. Like they literally don't play sound. Maybe they're just broken. Maybe they're old. But hearing that song and knowing what it's supposed to sound like, I've actually realized it has no frequency. I like literally have the 1 to 2K range and that's it. Wow, I can hear everything now. Even though it's only in this ear. Which is weird. I feel like I don't even notice that it's actually in that ear. There's still a little bit of sound in the right earbud, left earbud, but it's like 10% or less of the volume of the other one. That was so bad. Okay. Right. So here's the thing. This, in fact, I really wish there was a way to like document more effectively what process these are running in. So when I get delta here, I've been working thinking that I was getting large deltas, like 60 tick per second deltas. Turns out their frame timings, which I had a bug there because the frame timing is actually a lot less than the physics timing. Should run in frame process for as it relies on input and high timing accuracy. Okay. So on weapon fire, I'm getting the feeling this doesn't actually do anything. But call this, and then all of this has to go away. So yeah, it actually is just that. So I think I just should drop on weapon fire. Use to consolidate weapon firing updates. It doesn't do anything. And in fact, it's this is all it does. And if weapon fire round, emit updated. Now, this part returns true if ammo state changed. This is the part that I'm actually firing a weapon, or applying recoil. So what I would like to do is I would like to immediately start applying recoil here. So update trigger. This should come in before we get to process. And this is where I should be applying any transformations. I have interpolate recoil here. So what I want to do is I want to keep track of a number of impulses that I'm applying. I guess what I really want to do is I want to have I know the ammo type that I'm applying, and technically that's kind of enough. I know I mentioned it before. My thinking is that I go into ammo resource. This is on impact. This is impact impulse power. Right. So I think what I really want to do, I am just going to be deleting this method, so I'm going to be getting rid of a lot of things here. Melee won't have it. Just taking that away. Always apply recoil kick. No, wait, that's a note. Make it sway back and forth instead. Physically speaking, the impulse applied from a weapon is just pretty much in a straight line back. Located where the barrel is, I guess. I guess the weapon scene does have the barrel location. I could think of that as being the impulse point. You know, I think that actually makes sense. Is that okay? So like literally physically speaking, if I were to sit down with a pen and paper and I was like, compute the impulse applied to the weapon when it fires, does that actually happen at the end of the barrel of the gun? Or does that happen internally on the gun? Some reasoning behind that is the bullet's still kind of like part of the gun until it leaves the barrel. I also feel like I don't really see in slow motion stuff, the gun's not moving until the bullet is out of the barrel. And that could be just a thing where the bullet is moving so fast that any barrel length is essentially going to clear the whole weapon before that force is actually starting to apply back. You know what? I think I'm right about that, actually. I think it's actually correct. I think weapons literally don't recoil until the bullet leaves the gun. I guess I should search this. Is the... I'm just gonna try, like, is the recoil impulse from the bullet leaving the barrel? Or the initial explosion inside the gun? Like, I don't know. Just when the bullet starts moving, how the spent gas that drove the bullet, but continues out. Awesome question. Ask science. Explain why recoil does not move a firearm until the round has left the barrel. I think just like he's literally representing a video. I think it's just because it's actually such a slow thing relative to the speed of the bullet. The bullet clears the gun long before. If the firearm moved before the round left, the trajectory would be off and no firearm as they are used today would be accurate. Yeah, that's probably where like a lot of I think that's got to be it, right? That actually is where most of the recoil happens. The reason I'm looking for this is because I need to know the location on the weapon to apply the impulse. If I apply it to the barrel, the bullet point at the end of the barrel, which I have that set, every weapon that I have has a marker where the bullet raycast projects from and then a direction towards. So the reasoning behind that is if that's where I apply the impulse for a long barrel gun, it's going to be, you know, there's not much torque, right? The point is very far away. It's essentially just to the side of the weapon. So it'll kind of go backwards, not really climbing. A short barrel weapon like the revolver and the pistol are going to climb a lot because the box of the gun, right? The impulse is applied up here, right? So there's going to be a lot more torque. Want to send a reaction to start at the time the round is ignited. I believe the mass of the weapon itself has to be overcome before it begins to move. So there's a lot better explanation. The firearm begins moving backwards at the same instant the bullet begins moving forwards. Much slower speed due to the mass difference between the bullet. Yeah, you say Matt, okay, but speed. Like the I think it is at the moment that the bullet clears the barrel is where the bulk of the force is applied back to the weapon. I want to know the point. No one's giving any. This is all actually science, man. No one's actually giving any sources. No one's. They're just. They're being philosophical about it. They're literally being philosophical about it. Okay, they might explain more specifically where this applies. .5 meters per second backwards. That's really fast. Maybe not that fast. That's more like dropping a gun and like a third of a second later you grab it. Here we go. Rotate about a center of mass. Recoil mount. Direct line with the barrel. There's an angle for the recoil parts rotate about. Okay, well that's just the generic torque. Yeah, I mean I would literally have to give the It obturates. Okay. That is such a dangerous image. Dude, her hand is still like in the holding position. Her other hand. Well, this one's. Also, that's a bit worrying. I feel like fingers might have been in the danger zone there. Hit in the eye by a rifle scope. Yeah. Oh, what? Recoil velocity. Here's the thing. It is like the bullet does cause the impulse. The weapon is just kind of there. Which is what I was thinking of doing, but then I was like, well, maybe I could just make it so the weapon just knows how much recoil to apply. The only time where that will matter for the shotgun. I'm not sure what the load difference is between buckshot and a slug. I'm assuming just due to packing, the slug might be easier to fire, so the loads can be lighter. But I could also just be could be wrong about that. They could have a much larger amount of gunpowder or whatever. Yeah, because essentially what I'm looking at is I'm looking at this. Newtons. Isn't that J? Right. Is that what I have here? I have Newton. I think technically this is meant to be Newton seconds. Or is the idea behind that like how many newtons are applied in a second? It's not newtons per second though, it's newton seconds, which is different. Yeah, I guess what I say is like, I have a location on the weapon that is the pivot point for recoil. And then for the rifle, I would just raise it higher. So it's like right beneath the barrel or on the barrel or something. Here's a good idea, the muzzle brake. Recoil compensator. Redirect a portion of propellant gases to counter recoil. Mm. Hmm. Okay. This is a weird thing to see here. Never been successfully applied. Prior to its successful implementation. Interesting. Okay. Well, I think I've got it. I think I need to rename this from impulse power to impact power for this to work. Otherwise, it's just going to be a weird... That's just going to cause issues later. Weapon resource. Okay. Well, now we call it impact power. What do they say? Newton seconds. I need to know this. Um, One Newton of force applied over 1 second. Why is it weird like this? The mass and its current velocity. So yeah, I guess when I say Newton, I do mean Newton seconds. Hit power. Collider do hit. It's on hurt, of course. Hit insert list. Do part impulse. Impulse is a vector 3. Hit power to 0. Okay, we're taking it off as it's been further back in time. So this should just be 0. Impulse is the direction times the power. So this is Newton seconds. So these, I did find this. Nope. Here it is. So these are in the recoil impulse. Okay, so we start at 22. Wait a second. Wait a second. These are just the numbers. Please tell me I wrote this down. Oh, jeez. Please tell me I wrote it down. 300 Win Mag type. 30. No. No. Oh my gosh. Am I dumb? So just from foot-pound, how can I compute newtons? Newton second instead of Newton meter. Okay, so what do I need to know? What do I need to know to do the conversion then? What I need to know. It's just foot-pounds. The equivalent is Newton meters. There's no time information. The Newton meters essentially... Make sure that I understand what this is. The amount of torque, or the unit of torque. Torque resulting from a force of 1 Newton applied perpendicular to the end of a moment arm that is 1 meter long. So it's useless. Okay. I think they actually have... Whoa. I think they actually have like a, generally base the relative recoil difference affecting the small number of parameters. Bullet momentum and the mass of the firearm. Yeah. Lowering momentum lowers recoil, all else being the same. Increase the firearm's mass, also lowers recoil. So essentially I need a unit of, for every kilogram of weapon mass, how much, keeping us the same. Calculate it. Examples calculated through hand loads archive. Through the hand load? What? Reloading manuals. Cool broken sight. Very cool broken sight. Ah. That would make sense. Whoa. Calculator? Calculator? A calculator, you said. There's a calculator here. Or did I read this wrong? Am I? What? Okay, that was weird. Am I stupid? So, oh, calculators. Right, okay. Bullet weight in grains. I don't know what grains is. I'm just gonna type 2. I'm just gonna type 1. Velocity in feet per second. Let's do 1,000. I have no idea what that is, to be honest. Powder charge in grains. I'm just gonna type 1. Mass 1. Nans. Pound seconds. Free recoil energy. What pounds? Free. Recoil impulse. Pound force. .65. I'm just trying to understand this. It didn't change this or that. Okay. So it's... It did change that. This didn't change. This is 0. So you're telling me it's entirely dependent on the bullet weight and the... Well, yeah, okay. I guess so, right? Okay. Powder charge in grains, bullet weight in grains. And they say respective loading manuals. Uh-huh. Can I? Yes, I am. Everyone who's not that old, look away. $125 grain is at the weight? What? Case. I don't understand what I'm looking at. So if I type in when they write 125 grain here, do they mean the whole thing together or is that just the bullet? I don't know. 70. And 125. 1.24. What was it? 124? 5.5. That is in the range. Okay, so this is all I use. Alright, I get it. I get it. This is all I use. Okay. Alright. Ammo resource. I'll say up to 10. Actually BMG. Let me look at that. Load weight. Maybe this one just has it. Not the bullet. Okay, I want to understand how this does this. The form. When I click the button, I'll click do math. Awesome. I like that. I like do math. See if I find the script. It's not anywhere in here. It could be here. Oh, recoil.js. Whoa. Recoil.js. Scripts. Oh, what now? Do math. Document, load. Huh? Load 2 elements. One times 2. Okay, so I'm not looking at that one. Recoil impulse. Rod. Oh, here it is. Recoil, velocity, free recoil. Rod. 1 times 2. 1 times 2. Plus 4,000 times 3. That doesn't seem right. Divided by that huge number. That doesn't seem right. It does increase by velocity. Okay. So, do I see something that looks like that up here? Okay. Three times 4,000. Plus 3 times 4,000. Divided by that number. MP. Mass of the projectile? Okay. Huh. $200. These two numbers. 205, 29. And then I don't know this value. All right, I'll say that. And I'll just say one, I guess. Um, I'll just make up some numbers. I'll say 50 is like 12. I'll say it's like 12. Maybe it should be more than that. I don't know. Um, use powers of 2 actually. 4, 8, 16. So I'll just put this right at 4. Okay. Alright, let me review how I do this. Recoil spread bias. Right. So this will need a new marker, actually. I need a new marker. I need to have the on the weapon scene. I might rename this instead of recoil marker to be should be the average. Should be the average point of. Should be the average point of contact with the there. Okay. Start with pistol, I guess. I would say it's not really on the mesh, but I guess it is. But the whole thing's going to rotate. I want to rotate the entire scene. So to zoom further, change the clipping plane. What are you talking about? Why is it like this? Wait, this is exactly on the back already. Okay, cool. Okay. Pistol now has a recoil marker. That one's already correct, really. Now, the weapon needs some additional things. It should no longer have any of this. I'll still have aim control to reduce recoil. Did I leave this? I did not leave it open. I want to look at this one more time. In grains, I think, I don't know, something. So as I increase this, let's say I increase this by 10. This number has a large impact. This number does not have much of an impact. In fact, it's also relative to the bullet velocity. So if this was 0, nothing, it wouldn't be factored in at all. Right. Let me see powder charge grains of... wait, didn't this side actually have that? Average bullet weight. Eh. Let me look at, what do they call these? I don't even know. Was this my reference image for that? Wait, 9? 8? Wait a second. Do I have too many pellets? These are both 0. This one's 8. They have 9 there. I know I looked it up. Right, I must have looked it up when I was doing it. To figure out how many pellets to have. Or pieces. Whatever. Making it hard to find. Sometimes 12. I mean, I think I did zeros. Sometimes 12. Because I have a 3, my model is a 3.5 inch. I believe my intention was to use 0. Maybe 12's not wrong. I don't even know like how to. I think it's what I did, right? I went onto like a website and I just like found an ammo type and I just copied it. What the hell do you mean 9? Ooh. What is this? Dollars 9.9940.0 What is this? Wait, what? 12 gauge? 12 gauge. Slug way to grab, sure. Thanks, AI, for the recommendation there. Like, this is crazy, no? Is this not just crazy? Why do slugs suck so much more than they have to? 430... Is that a... I mean... Okay. So I have 3. Three is 13. Is what we're thinking. With a totally random guess of like 60 powder weight. So like slug, powder Or wait. I'm confused now. There we go. Powder. 25. 2.4. 10. 12. So somewhere between... I'll say shotgun about 12. Okay. All right, so the way I did this, distance is a random value. Doing bias stuff, which is like a cone or something. And then distance, distance degrees to radians. Random range. That angle. So the change is a vector 2, so just like that. Technically I'm gonna have a vector 3. I have a backwards motion, an upwards, and a left and right motion. If we pass our mech's spread, ensure the kick pulls us back. So this is essentially a thing where like I'm constantly adding, but then I'm coming back down. I think what it probably should be is that the vertical just tamps down as it's further and further, until eventually it just gets to a point where it's adding like almost nothing. I mean, I'm thinking I'm gonna have some like kind of like hard-coded stuff where I might even say like a Boolean switch for the weapon scene where it's like shoulder mount when firing, you know, where essentially it means a lot more of the force is coming, or less of the force is coming back and more is going up, in your hand. I don't know. Never mind. I don't know. Essentially, I'm just going to have one value. One value is going to be climbing every time I add one of these. Or not really there. It'll be here. Every time I add one of these, I am applying a recoil. I'm adding a number to a recoil value. And that value increases for each bullet. And is reduced over time. So my thought there is the force isn't really applied instantly, but it's applied over a very short period of time. So I might say Let me think about that. How short of a period of time? I guess I do just apply it instantly. So I instantly apply the force, and what starts happening is then I'm taking that force down, and while the force is positive, I'm adding transformation changes. And at the same time, I think I have another value that is like recovery, which doesn't decrease. It doesn't tick down the number. The numbers tick down. The number is used to apply rotation over time, but that number is also ticked down quickly, I think. Maybe over like 100 milliseconds, maybe. That number drops down with some constant rate. It might be shorter than that. I don't know. I want to watch a video really quick. I need like a good reference for like just a pistol firing or something. And probably just save the video. Ballistic High Speed actually had a good video. It sucked for timing anything, but like for relative stuff, I can use it. Let me just go to their channel. Here it is. So I want to see, so technically the force is applying up until, I guess a little bit after the bullet leaves. Okay, so I think they time it like exactly on the spot, but this video is a bit slower. Okay. You know, it is so fast, it may as well be instant. All right, sure. It's so fast, it may as well be instant. So once I reach the physics, not even that. Okay. Is recoil rising? Okay, so I'll leave all of this in here. I'll leave recoil transform because that's like some stuff there. I will say var recoil force. And essentially, I increment this value from here. I just add it straight to it. And then that's it. Okay. So then in process, or I guess not even there, but rather more like interpolate recoil. I don't reset the recoil transform. I leave it the same. Instead, what I'm doing is I am The recoil transform, yeah, I essentially treat it like it's the weapon. And it will be based around the pivot location of yeah, okay. Let me reconsider this. Okay, one of the thoughts I've been having, I don't know if I've said it out loud, one of the thoughts I've been having about the hands is that they might be a little bit like inverse kinematically simulated. So I guess not. Okay, I need to think more about this. I really should think a lot more about this. The thing is continuous fire for the rifle and the pistol, and I guess the revolver as well. Those are weapons that can fire fast enough that your recoil can become out of control. You can lose control of the weapon. Technically the same with a shotgun. If you're quick charging it, you can shoot it. You'd be able to shoot it fast enough that you're not like fully recovered before you fire the next shot, which means your aim won't be steady. I think it's going to be most noticeable for the pistol because the pistol should have the highest. You have the least control over it. It's comparable enough to, yeah, I mean, you just have the least control over it. There's no stock. You just have a grip. You can fire it faster than the rifle can fire. As fast as the rifle can fire, probably. Maybe a little bit faster. Maybe not as fast, actually. I don't know. But definitely it's the case where if you're spamming it, it's flying out of your hands, essentially. Animating that will be difficult. That will be like a serious challenge to be able to animate that behavior. What would be more ideal is if I could place points on the weapon that the hands, more like the wrist, aligns to, and then the hands are just modeled so that they kind of fit, so that I could do some kind of thing where I mean, the weapon is literally moving, right? So the weapon attempts to move when you fire it. It'll have some backwards motion. I mean, yeah, really, it's going to have backwards motion or like straight back and a rotational spin up. Garantham did a video where they talked specifically about rifle recoil and what it felt like to control that. And they kept saying it wants to go up and right. So when they're holding the gun, it's in their shoulder, and they're more like kind of pulling their arm back this way, is what they described the feeling as. I'm kind of inclined to believe that they described it correctly. The weapon is actually rising and maybe pulling to the right a bit. So they had to drag it back left. Or not even drag it back, they just have to like kind of like squeeze it a little bit into their chest. Now, there's two forces involved there. The force that your hands, you are applying on the weapon to keep it in place, and the force of the bullet is applying to the weapon to move it out of place. So, I think perhaps what that means for the hands is I apply some full thing to the weapon, recoil force. I start doing it fully to the weapon. And then the recovery thing is more or less what your hands are doing. So really, I just basically apply some instantaneous velocity to the weapon. I say, all right, now you're rotating up and you're rotating this way, and you're going back. And I guess the weapon node could read some property from the player side, or maybe it just stays in the weapon node, where we're constantly subtracting that velocity. And once we've got the weapon stationary, then we start applying some force back to its rest position. Which I guess at that point could be more like an interpolation. Because the gun's at rest, so now we're just kind of sliding it smoothly back to its rest position, which should just be transform identity. So this means I should have a full physics, really, simulation of the weapon. And then if I'm going to do that, I think that means I probably need to take it out of process. Process could still have interpolation. Maybe I don't need to, right? Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I can just fully go physics on the weapon. Because then that means we're back in here. I'm doing a weapon projectile, and I'm also doing physics calculations for the weapon. All right, so we'll do this. So export group for aiming. If this aim target takes it, whatever. I do have character pace. Like, it could be a value in here, you know? Like, do I even have anything relating to weapons here? It's all just movement. Yeah, it's nothing there. It probably shouldn't know anything about weapons. I'm gonna do this. So I have a recoil group, and I essentially have a maximum force that I have three values. How long it takes for I guess the character to reach maximum response. How long it takes for them to reach their maximum force, what that maximum force is for recovery, and then after they've zeroed the weapon, how long does it take them to reset, right? And then I guess also some additional things like maximum amount of recoil before we just stop going, or like a damper. So if our weapon is in some, I guess I could just use like the orientation. So once we're outside of some cone, there's like a damping that starts applying. So if I have the rifle and infinite ammo and I have a really poor control over it or something, I'm getting huge kicks, and then I start getting less and less. But I don't know. It might even just be like outside of a certain range. The recovery force is really, really fast, or starts to match the recovery force starts to max out, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Recoil. I could think of it as like a handle acceleration. And then I have a max. So this is not an impulse acting back. This is an actual acceleration. So velocity. I'll just start at 5, I guess. Meters per second. And then I'll have a maximum value. I'll say 0 so that we just have no maximum. I guess I'll just say 10 again, because I don't know these values yet. Oh, that should be meters per second squared. Got it. Maximum handling of the controller. I don't know, I guess I'll start at 8. Set to 0 to disable. This is how long it takes to recover. And I guess it should be like if it's not so far away, it should be faster. Maybe this should be like in meters, or as a rate of meters. Let's say meters per second. I'll say, yeah. And I'll still have like an interpolation, like a sine or something. So once it's stopped, we come back and reset nicely. I might just have recoil max not be there at all. But still always move the weapon and then move it back. Actually, let me think about this. If I disable it, what happens if you're just firing continuously? What happens is you'll still fly up, and then your recovery will be so fast that you're pretty much always starting your recoil recover. The order that does matter. What I'm thinking is we always apply recoil handle to reduce the weapon's velocity to 0. Then we apply impulse. So then we add to the weapon's velocity, and then we add to the weapon's velocity. Okay, I've got this. We take the weapon's velocity, we move it. Then we take our handling and we subtract the velocity. Then we add the impulse to the velocity of the weapon. And then if velocity is ever 0, then we start applying recoil recovery. So this means is the weapon's always going to move. Even if it's at 0, it's always going to move up. Then we take off the velocity. Or actually what will happen is we add to the velocity. The next frame, we move the weapon based on its velocity. Then we subtract the weapon's velocity. Okay, so even if this is maxed out, like really high value, weapon should still move, and then recovery won't happen. So maybe at the end, I don't know, because then that means just the weapon's just always going to be flying off no matter what. It needs to be... Okay. This hair's annoying me. All right. At the start of the frame, we reduce the velocity by our handling. If it's 0 at that point, we start to apply recovery. And then we take the weapon's velocity and add bullets velocity. Right, we can only do handling when the velocity is positive. Okay, so we check the velocity of the weapon at the start of the frame. If it's positive, we start applying handling to it. Hey, Danilin. Sing Danza Kuduro? No, I don't know what that is. I'm thinking right now. We take the velocity of the weapon. If it's positive, we need to start applying handle acceleration. I've got it. Okay. So the first thing I do is I take the weapon's velocity, I subtract the handling acceleration. Then I check the weapon's velocity. If it's positive, then I add to my handling acceleration. Then I add bullet acceleration to the velocity. Then I check the velocity. If it's 0, I start doing recovery. And then after all of that, and if the recovery is happening, the recovery is a different thing with transform. So after all of that, if I have velocity, I update the recoil transform. And then if I have recovery, I'm doing a different update. So it's one of the two ways. Or it's not even that. It's not even that. If it's 0 and it's not identity, then I need to start doing recovery stuff, which will like ramp up to this value and then ramp down depending on how much is needed. Okay. You know the song? I don't. By name, I don't. And then I think all of that probably goes into physics. Though I am adding force here. Oh no, I add the ammo type. So never mind, I don't even do that here either. play the sound? I play the sound as part of physics. That's probably not right. Trigger sound. I think instead what I'm supposed to do is I should be doing this in process up here. So I'll say trigger sound and trigger particles in process instead of doing it there, because that doesn't seem right. Fire is when I will play the sound. Here's where I play the sound. So I say, yeah, I just do trigger sound, trigger particles. These are literally not even used or something. And this probably should actually go here. After all of that. What is this used for? Weapon fired. I feel like I don't like this right now. Auto charge. Okay, so it's definitely if like if ammo state changes is when this should happen. Instead. I guess I can also say if ammo. So I can be extra sure about that. And then here I do the triggers. And then I don't do this anymore. Also, it's in Newton seconds, but I apply the force instantly. It is an instant change to the velocity. I mean, yeah, I think it's just equivalent to like Newton's applied force a second. The equivalent force. So when I have it, I just treat it as if I had, if it says like 5, then I treat it as saying like, okay, well, We just applied 5 newtons over the last second. Who is Newton? He invented math. I don't know. He did not invent math. We just name everything after him. I'm not sure why. Actually. I'm actually gonna stand. I hope he is burning. No. We wouldn't have like... Oh man, this is so stupid to say. We might not have jiggle physics without Newton, dude. We might not have that if he wasn't around. He invented annoying shit. Dude. We might not have jiggle physics without Newton. Just think about that. I'm really trying to like apply to your desires. He invented finding X. I don't think so. So you can go down a little bit more, maybe. Interpolate recoil. I might have lost it. I might have lost it. Because part of the recoil is camera motion. And if I'm applying camera motion on physics ticks, you're gonna see that. It's gonna be really obvious. But if I apply it in process, it'll be perfect because it'll be applied per frame. Right, it'll be really smooth. But then recoil control is then going to be frame rate dependent, or a lot more frame rate dependent. I don't know, I'm already moving it based on like... I leave it in process. Okay, so I will say... and this should run after update trigger runs. So I guess I can just go straight to interpolate recoil and just modify this function. So first of all, I'm not doing anything to recoil transform. I'm not resetting it here. Do I just start by rewriting it? There might be some stuff in here that's good for me to keep in mind. Okay. going for it. I gotta fix the window. Okay. I'll start rewriting it. We'll put a return here at the bottom. Okay. So I believe my order was I update the velocity. I check the velocity. If it's positive, then I can start accelerating my recovery. So I need a value there. So new recovery. Recoil force. Let me just like write this more correctly. Need a velocity. I need a this is more of a speed, so it's more just subtracting from this. And then I have let me change this. So recoil recover rate. And then I have a recoil recover. So this is one. Think about how this works. Essentially ask the question, how far away are we? And I still want the sign interpolation. So it asks how far away are we? And that essentially multiplies this rate. Or not. If I'm 2 meters away, I want it to take 2 seconds to come back. If I'm 1 meter away, I want to take 1 second to come back. Right, so I just multiply, I compute a time from rate, which is just taking the offset that it currently has. Rotation will just interpolate smoothly back. But then position, using the sine function, position, but the time that that takes is going to be based on how much the offset is. Oh, wait. The weapon node... Wait a second. If I treat the weapon node as being... Wait, what? Hang on. Can I run this right now? Does my FOV change when I aim? It does. Okay, that's good. And then let me check this. Aiming offset is 0. Let me go to player. Weapon aim position. I bring it up 10 centimeters and left back half a meter. Yeah, sure. Nope. Nope. That's just not correct. Okay. Okay. Here's an issue. The weapon node is attached to the camera. That's not really correct. Technically, it's attached to the neck, which is like even worse than correct. How does a flashlight work when you have a gun? I guess you can hold the flashlight while firing the pistol. How does that work for like the shotgun and the rifle? Maybe what I say is I just say like, yeah, if you have a two-handed weapon, you're screwed. You need a flashlight attachment. Unfortunately, a flashlight can't just be stuck onto it. That could be more of a limitation of nighttime as well. There's been an issue bothering me that I have not yet been able to answer. Is what's like actually hindering the player from just taking advantage of the fact that zombies are a lot more passive at night and just doing safe things during the day, and then at night you just run through town. Zombies aren't really aware of you and doing whatever you want because they're just not gonna, they won't see you, they won't really chase after you, that kind of stuff. maybe what stops you early on, and this could fit with making the player more powerful over time, is the fact that your flashlight has to be held in a hand to be used. You can't stick it to your body, you can't stick it to a weapon, which means you can hold the flashlight with your pistol. And that's kind of it. You can't hold it with any two-handed thing, which everything else is two-handed. So before you get there, you would just have to find a flashlight attachment. And maybe at that point, if I'm going with attachments, at least if I'm going to have a grenade launcher, which I think I really should. I think I should have an explosive of some kind. Struggling to talk. You'll pick the shotgun or the rifle to put it on. The automatic rifle. Definitely not the bolt rifle. You'll pick one of those two weapons to put it on. Oh, I guess you could also use the revolver, actually. So you could also hold the revolver and shoot it with the flashlight in the other hand. Though one-handing a revolver sounds insane. The handgun is already probably tough. Like, I'm not even sure how you would do that. Maybe I should probably look up the stance for that. That probably matters. Handheld flashlight while with handgun. How to hold a flashlight and a gun.
Academy, thanks for watching.
What's up, America?
Neil here with Drug Farms Academy, thanks for watching. We're going to talk about some common flashlight positions that we can use while using our pistol. So if you don't have a weapon-mounted light on there, you haven't had training with it, or you, for whatever reason, have a light in your hand and you want to be able to use it, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. The bottom line is I'm going to show you some effective ways to do that. By the way, if you are interested, one of the most underestimated things on the face of the earth is how much effort people put into videos to troll you and not even watch the video. Case in point, I put a video out recently. We'll put a link down below. You should definitely check it out. It's my most trolled video in a long time.
Troll video.
It was great fun.
Troll you.
And it was entitled, Why You Should Not Have a Weapon Mounted Light. And of course, my point on that whole video was that you should not just buy one just because you've seen people have one. You should buy one when you're going to have training so that you can use it. It would probably make more sense to actually have a piece of equipment that you spent $300 on or $200 on that you know how to use, rather than just having it to look cool. So that was my point. People blew up. It is super funny. The greatest revenge of all time, as I always like to say. Thanks for watching. So when they spend hours, it's amazing how much effort they put in actually writing this negative stuff, and then I just write.
I might have to watch that video.
All right, on to the show, folks. So this one has a weapon mounted light on it. Nobody cares. That's not the point of this. If you don't have a weapon mounted light, or weapon mounted light doesn't work, or you want to use some handheld light for whatever reason, let's get into that. So I'm going to
assume that because stuff is like on rails. I don't know.
Recently about what not to do, because I've seen.
Maybe what could be fun is if you're just finding flashlights and you just keep taping the flashlights to your weapons. You have a handheld flashlight. Maybe you can find a weapon mount, a mount made for specifically the handgun that you have. And then a light specifically for the shotgun and the automatic rifle. You can also just find other small flashlights that you then just get to tape to the side of the weapon. That could be fun.
Officers, actually, police officers do this. And again, other people. Point is, it's a lack of training, and so they'll hold the gun up, they'll take their light, and they'll put their light over here. I've seen it happen so many times. And of course, many of you are laughing because you know that if that gun was actually
I was
used,
like, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Gonna come back and hit your hand, it's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
Plus, it's going to be a malfunction, all that other stuff. So here's a couple things that we can do. There's a couple different common ones. So I'm not going to go through technical names because it doesn't really matter, but taking the backside of our fists and putting them together. Okay?
I was
and
thinking,
then wherever the gun goes,
you know,
the light goes,
it makes sense why you would want to put it on top of your arm to be like a down force to keep your arm steady. The bottom doesn't seem right.
access to your
Bottom
light. And
doesn't
again,
seem
I'm
right.
talking only about tactical lights, meaning that they have a tail cap switch, not a clicky-clicky or a flip or turn or any of that.
But I guess if you're not
That's the only
careful
light you
about
need
where
in
you're
a
putting your hand
tactical situation like
specifically,
that.
then
So wherever I go here. And the idea here is that we're putting pressure on both sides of the back sides of our hands, and that pressure between the two, it's not obviously making it a two-handed hold, but it gives you a little bit more stability than just holding the gun out with just one hand. So again, back of the fist together like this. So it looks like this. Another one that people like to use, very similar, they're kind of going palm to palm, so to speak. So they're taking their palm, bringing it together on the gun like this, so the opposite of this side. And they bring the gun together like this so they can access the light. And again, they're just kind of pressing their palms
that
together.
seems maybe a little bit better
pedestal.
because then
Okay, that's another one.
you can grab onto
like
your
this.
you can grab onto your thumb
This is
at least
the quote-unquote
and pull
FBI
your
one, which I'm
hand
not gonna get
down.
into, it's just ridiculous. Where people hold the lights out. So I guess let's just talk about this real quick, because I know there's going to be comments, which I can't wait for.
The
People are
dog
going to
may
say
bark.
things like, they're going to shoot at your light. Okay, so let's take some common logic here, which I know is
They're gonna
difficult.
shoot at your light.
If you see my light that's either mounted on my gun or in my hand next to my gun, that means I've already got a gun pointing at you and I have a light on you. Hello?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. So yeah, if they see me with my gun light on, whether it's a weapon mounted light or my hands, it doesn't really matter. I already have a gun pointing at you. That's kind of the whole point. So we're going to move to my favorite one, and this one is going to be kind of light specific. So I'm going to show you these two up close. I just happen to have this small utility light in my pocket, but it's going to make this very clear. These are both Stream lights. They're my favorite light company. No, I don't get paid for them. But you can see that the tail cap switch is kind of protected, so to speak, with this kind of crowned rear part here. And the idea is that when I press down on the light on something solid, it's never going to go off. On this Stream light, on contrast, you can see the button sticks up far past the back of the light. So anytime I press this, even if I were to press this down, obviously the light's going to come on. This is the light setup that I prefer in a tactical scenario for what I'm going to show you next. And I realize this is not a huge tactical light, and people are going to make comments on that. That's great, love it. It's just the one that I had in my pocket that's going to make sense for this. So this is the syringe or the cigar, or different names for it. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm holding the light in my finger, and I'm using the palm of my hand to activate the light. So when I press on it, it presses the light on. So the way this is going to work, and the advantage of this, and this is one of the reasons I like this hold, is that when I do this, I'm able to get two hands on the gun. It's not a perfect grip, clearly, but it's better than doing it this way or doing it this way. I'm actually got my fingers wrapped around my other fingers, almost like another hold, and now I have the light. Now a lot of people will say, well, the light's kind of angled down. It doesn't really matter, especially when you're using a more tactical light that's going to be a lot brighter. I mean, I think this one's at least 500 lumens. The light's going to splash on the ground or whatever. You're going to be able to see and identify, which is why we use a light, so we can PID a target. So I hold the light like this, and when I squeeze, the light will come on. You guys won't be able to see it because of the studio lights, but it allows me to have a grip on the gun that's better than nothing, and I still have the ability.
That is
to
pointed
take this light
pretty
and move it away
far
if I have
down,
to, or look at
actually.
other things. So the syringe or the cigar method is the one I use, but you got to have the proper tail cap switch in order for that to work out. Cigar or syringe looks like this. Another one is the neck hold, where they're basically holding the light by their neck and it illuminates. Now, a couple things to know about this. One,
That's weird to
if
hold.
you don't have a dot and you have maybe fiber optic sights or something like that, in fact, the light that you're projecting is going to help illuminate that and see that. On the other hand, it's also going to give you a horrendous shadow. What I mean by that is, if I have this gun out here and I put this back and I hit this light out here,
Yeah.
Depending on how
You're
far it
shadowing
is, how
your
big the
gun.
room is, or whatever the area is, there's going to be a huge area that's going to be shadowed by your gun. Right? 'Cause it's going to hit your arm and your gun.
Okay.
A lot of people don't like it. If you do have a dot,
I think what might make most sense for me when I get to it is this hold. So gun into this hand, light, pressed up against it. Ideally, that gives me the best control, because my other thought is, if I do that, I now would technically have to say, you have more control without the light. With the light, you have less control. At least by some amount. I think, okay. So how does he know how to use all the weapons is a question. How does your character actually understand how to use literally every weapon he picks up just on the spot? You pick up a rifle, you pick up the auto rifle, he's like, yep, I know how to use this, I know how to load it, I know how to do everything with it, I know how to switch. Of course, prior training, right? He has to have actually used those weapons before, or weapons very similar. So then the question is, how much of that training means he is able to control recoil? Does that mean there's even really a difference between using the flashlight and not, in terms of recoil control on the handgun, at least pistol? He said cigar method, which to me means he likes his hand being there already, so he's looking for control. He's a big guy. I don't know. I'm like, maybe I need to like feel it. I definitely would like to have my hands as close as possible to the original spot before I add the light, or after I add the light. Visually, for the player, I'd be able to see right away if I have the light on, because I'm in first person. I can see the gun and I can see the light in the hand. In theory, I should be able to see the light in the hand. If I have it on the other side, maybe that could actually be more telegraphed, because now your hand is in a different position. Oh, good questions, good questions. You know, first of all, what this probably means is that I need to actually get away from this. I need to take weapon node out of here immediately. Yeah. Now, why did position just drop to like a weird spot? I don't understand why that happened. Can we keep its location? Okay. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? It starts moving down. 0.015. Or 0.15. Keep global trend. It's totally just not doing it. I think this is a bug. Or it is a tool. Is it moving itself? It's not moving itself. All right, let me take the tool part off. I can probably just comment it. I'm gonna move it up here. This is actually just really stupid. That doesn't make any sense. Because look, it's the Y and the Z. Okay, there's a Y and the Z. They stay the same, right? They don't maintain their global transform. So it's just lying to me right now. Not really the project. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I even did reparent and checked keep global transform and it still moved itself. Or it's just not doing it correctly. It's straight up just not doing it. Okay. Well, this is just pissing me off. 0.15. Alright. So let's move it up 0.15. Be 04. It just moved itself? Why did it just move itself? So the player is moving the weapon node? Weapon node up position. It is this one. Weapon node position equals weapon position. Weapon node position equals weapon position. What? Okay. All right. I should have a preview. Let's get the pistol in there. Okay. I think I have to reload the scene for that to work. Alright, there it is. I'm gonna ignore all that. I don't like that that is visible. Whatever. Preview the camera. Okay, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do calculations for this. This is not offset. This is offset by 0.15. So I'm going to add 0.15 to this. So there should be, yeah, 04. And then this is offset by 1.395. .35. Okay. So in the game, okay, we failed instantly. What was the problem? I think what? Animation tree is null? What do you mean? It was never readied? I'm confused. Huh? Okay, I'm just gonna assume it's bugged because I guess this is not meant to have that. Which is kind of stupid. That it didn't work. But whatever. That's kind of crazy. Why does it move like that? It's kind of crazy. Okay. I'm actually really confused. Why is that doing that? Aim offset. That's normal. I don't know why it's moving. I don't know why it's moving. Something is moving it. I don't know what. I'll just take this out. I don't... That shouldn't be doing it. Definitely shouldn't be moving it. Nothing should have changed. Okay, so it's very much just different now, though. I understand what's going on. The camera is moving at a different rate than the player body. So I'm doing something to the camera that I was not doing. I don't have this turned on though. Camera 3D top level is true. If smooth enabled, I don't have it turned on. I have that turned off. It's not on. So what is it? Do I just have something like physics interpolation? Effective physics, common physics interpolation, or scene tree physics interpolation. Or interpolate camera smooth delta. It's not enabled. These objects are moving at different rates. This is really odd to me. Do Envious have this turned on? Camera target. Maybe I have it turned on in the scene. Or I have it turned on, yeah, somewhere just in the scene. It is turned on. This is the default for the root node. So I don't even have to turn it on. I'm just gonna turn that off. And see what happens. Is it because I'm teleporting it? One second. Dog is barking. I'm back. Is it this? Ready, that's fine. That's fine. If I take that line out. Because it says it applies to the children. So it's not recursive. Alright. So what if I just put it into a node again? What if I just put it into a node? I'll just call it, just call it that. Maybe it's smooth now? No. Okay. How? 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 I mean, it could be funny. What if I just literally made a camera node and just called it like derp and just threw it in there? What if I did that? No. It's something happening differently. Specifically, this camera? What about neck? I don't know. Do I do anything with this? Nope. Is camera 3D top level? Is camera target top level? Like, how is this possible? It's smooth in here. I don't understand. I get it. Just gonna try deleting all this and see if see what happens. How's this? I guess I was testing to see if I could notice the difference when it was turned on and when it was turned off. So I just deleted all the code. Maybe somehow that was running it. Like, it looks perfectly smooth. What? So it was running? I'm so confused. What? It was running the code. How was it running the code? It wasn't turned on. My rotation just doesn't work at all. What the hell is that? What? Wait, now I can't even turn. One second. So I delete code that is supposedly not running, and now it fixes it. And I also can't turn anymore. But I can. Wait, but I can turn. So I can turn left and right, but then my W key is like going left now? What? Huh? That is so weird. I have some crazy bug or something. Like leftover from some character stuff. That's commented out. If camera smooth enabled, do that stuff. Interpolate smooth, camera look transform origin equals this. Look transform origin. Okay, so that doesn't even rotate it though. Initial camera position was only used there, so if camera smooth enabled, I would do all this calculation. Interpolate camera smooth, if not camera smooth enabled, return immediately, so it would do nothing. I literally deleted code that does nothing. And now I can't turn. Or at least my forward is like 90 degrees off. This is the weirdest thing ever. That is still not making any sense to me. How does that work? The look, was it because I was like technically resetting the look transform? Look transform. Rotated local. Camera 3D transform, look transform. Okay, first of all, Okay, second of all, camera target is wrong. I'm gonna delete camera target. This shouldn't be here anymore. Neck is fine because this is like just a way that I can rotate things. Just delete that. That's the only time it's used. Awesome. All right. The camera target is raised 0.15. I'm just gonna drag this out. Delete that. And I think it actually just stayed in the correct location. Yeah. Just drag it out. Now this is 0.15. But I will reset this to be safe. Type in it again. This is really odd. I only deleted code that shouldn't have been running. And the classic double rotation I see. It's correct here. I turn 180 degrees and I'm walking backwards. Alright. Classic double rotation. I don't understand how deleting code that wasn't running fixed that. Or how code that wasn't running was fixing that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Code was running. I guess this is the only thing. Look transform.origin equals smooth position, but that doesn't change the basis. That wasn't changing basis. And this is just position. Positional stuff. I'm not rotating the camera. This is crazy. I've only deleted what code was running? Was it setting camera 3D top level? Like, this doesn't make sense to me. So weird. Ooh, delete all this. This might reveal it. Nope. Nope. This is nuts. Oh, maybe my camera is rotate. How? What? I have deleted code, which was not running. I delete code which isn't running. Nothing else could have happened. Let me close this, and I'm going to try to figure out how that is possible for code that is not running. Removing code that was not executing. The only thing that could have been it was the origin point, but that's not a rotation. I was only setting an origin point. Okay. I just reset those files back. Now I'm going to run and see what happens. I'm also going to close world. Okay. It's normal. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete the code. Just going to start deleting code. Let me do this. I'll just change those to false. I can be certain that does not run now. That's all I'm going to do. Camera smooth enabled is not true. This is false. True by default. I'm definitely spinning a lot faster than normal with this being false. Okay. So this code is running, and it is broken. Or rather, it's broken when it doesn't run. But these are not rotations. It's still not a rotation. There's still no rotation happening. This is positional stuff. It does set it to top level. I guess I just have to look everywhere. So Update vehicle camera is always called. No, it's not. Update vehicle is called if we have a vehicle, otherwise it's called update first person. Update first person, update weapon node. We call update first person camera. Transform is equal to look transform. Look transform origin is the camera smooth position. Which is equal to camera smooth target position. Which is equal to camera smooth target last position. Which is equal to... Oh! Wow. Okay, so I think I just leave it off. And I figure out where a rotation is happening. It could be happening from here. So what I'll do is I'll say if otherwise it's just look transform, which is technically I shouldn't be doing the Y rotation because now it's attached. I think it's just that. If the camera 3D is top level, and I do that, otherwise I don't do that. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to try now. So I'm going to turn this on. See if that does it. It's not doing it. Okay. So this camera smoothing thing has secretly been turned on. Okay. Let me just try turning it on. Seeing what happens. Was that it? I just had to turn that on. All right, let's do this. Let's have it. This is interpolation mode. Is it on? Is 1? Off is 2? Okay. And then I'll do what does it get? Free timer. Those are all fine. Okay, so here's the idea. I'm gonna run. I go full screen. I look around for about 5 seconds, and I say it's not on. Immediately, I feel like I can, yeah, it says no interpolation. Okay. So I run it again, and it's off again. No interpolation. Okay. If I have 100% accuracy, it's on. It's on. It's on. Yep. 3 for 3. It's on. This is on. 4 for 4. It's off. It's off. 100% that's off. No interpolation. 5 for 5. It's on. Interpolating. 6 for 6. If I get 10, I just know physics is doing it. It's actually doing something. It's on. I'm confident now. I know what it looks like. 7 out of 7. It's off. Wow. Yeah, it's off. No interpolation. 8 out of 8. I wonder how obvious it is on stream when it's on or off. It's bugged. It's horribly bugged. It's locked my mouse in. My mouse is locked in. It's locking in my mouse. I can't, it's crashed. Okay. Godot has simply crashed. Ooh, that's a really hard crash. I can't even use Steam. Can I get out of this tree mode? Okay. Am I back? Okay. When that happens, that's like a full like CPU lock. That's like a hard CPU lock. So I expected I dropped a lot of frames there. It says I lost 5 seconds. Closer to 6 seconds. Actually, more than 6 seconds were lost. So that's fine. Sometimes it's 20 seconds. I've had it once before. It was like literally 20 seconds after a crash. All right, well, I'm still on 8 out of 8. So here's the trick. Don't full screen instantly. Let it load. It's on. 9 out of 9. I can tell like immediately after moving. It's on. I was wrong. Okay, no. Jumping, I can see that it's... okay. I've had a really high accuracy. Okay, I should not be full screening until it's... Actually, no. Last time it was... It's on. Oh, that's so nice. I didn't even let it print, but I knew it was on. Okay. Camera smoothing. Gone. No more camera smooth code. But it should be on like inherit, right? I don't think I even have to turn it on, but I'll be able to see it right away. If I do have to have it turned on or something. And then this rotation thing cannot drop out. This will be attached here. Delete camera target. It's here. And I think technically what I'm gonna have is I'm gonna have like hands or something. Yeah, because if I'm ever gonna attach it to the flashlight to the weapon, then the flashlight becomes a physical object. And I have said I don't really like. Hmm. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. Now what happens? The gun's in the ground, of course. Because I have to raise this by like, if you have the math still, 1.35. It should be rotating with me though. That's kind of really high. Okay. Alright, that's better. And now I think what I do is in process update first person. I should be taking the weapon nodes. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I take the weapon position. Well, where's aim target? Yeah, where do I update that aim target? Update aiming. That's not that. Update weapon node. How does it know where to aim? Aim target is raycast 3D. Interpolate aim. Set target delta to weapon aim next target. If weapon aim next target. A weapon aim target. Target is target. Target computed as point X, point Y, point from transform, aim target global transform. From transform, aim target global transform. Inverse, aim target get collision point. Okay. Okay. So essentially just taking it and mapping it back to a 2D point on like a sphere at the origin, essentially. And then the target is, yeah, a rotation. Then we interpolate linearly to that target. Okay. This makes sense. I think just what okay, so I believe this has the requirement, however, that because I am doing this inverse thing. Oh my god, Red. What the hell? Dude. He was like plowed into my chair. The wires are getting crossed and I'm hearing static. This does have the requirement that the default orientation of the weapon is matched to the orientation of the aim target, which is not the case. So when I look up, the assumption is also that the weapon is in line with the camera. So here's what I'll say. I can just make it line up to that. I can make player orient the weapon node, taking its position, essentially just taking the orientation, the global orientation of the camera, and rotating a point and then moving that point out to the weapon node position. That can work. We have this weapon position current. So on the ready, I just set it to the weapon position. Same thing there. Here I'm computing a weapon position. A weapon position. Aim starting. Okay, I think, you know, I think I've got it. I think I've actually just got it. So, what I say is the weapon node update first person. Calls update first person camera. Bring this down here. Where is it modified? This is an update aiming. So I had it happening afterwards. Okay. Basis will be equal to the honestly, I think it's the neck basis. Match to the neck basis. And then because the neck is actually what moves up and down and the camera just sticks onto that. Actually, yeah, that's fine there. Here, this is weird. Neck rotation Z. Look, roll. Why don't I rotate? Yeah, this is strange. I apply the look roll current to rotation Z, and then I apply the same thing again. I guess in the camera's case, it's actually backwards, so maybe that's fine. But this is really wrong. The camera actually doesn't move. The camera actually doesn't move. Yeah, okay, so and transform. Um, Here, I'm just check. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So yeah, it's still fine. We convert to this. Then I clamp the X. And then I say actually, yeah, and then I just apply it back. Why do I have roll, man? I don't know why I have roll. Roll's weird. Oh, I have it for aiming. Some aiming stuff causes roll. How do I define that? I think it's just somewhere in here, like aim roll. Camera roll, yeah. Okay. What could transform? Am I only doing rotations with this? Rotated, rotated. Yeah, this is just a basis. This is not a... rotated. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, is this, it's probably gonna be, it's definitely gonna be bugged or something. Alright, I'm in the ground. That's kind of wild. I'll just put it like this. That could be it. Okay. All right. This looks pretty good. Now what I want to do is I want to take the weapon node position. One sec. I gotta get lunch eventually. It's 2:30. Oh man, I should gotta go get it now, I think. Position equals this. So what I want to say is I actually want to say weapon node basis is the neck basis. Then I say weapon node position will be taking essentially transforming it forward and down. So it should be like I guess at the basis it's parented to that. Why doesn't it already work? That's my question. It looks like it's rotating correctly, but it's not moving down. That dog is so far away, Red. It's okay. He's okay. Let's say position is, because weapon position goes between the offset and the aim. It interpolates between those two. Right, yeah, let me see this. Snap it to there. Translated local. There. I think that's it. I see the shadow. Where's the... What? Where's the... Okay. Also, update fanning isn't a thing anymore. Please. Okay. I think it's because it's putting it way above me, is what's really happening. Why is the camera down here? What the hell? What the hell? Why is the camera down there? What? Why is the camera down there? Reload scene. Okay. Why is the camera in the ground? Camera 3D transform equals transform identity. What the hell? Oh, wait, no, I get it. No, I get it. I do get it. I do get it. Do I get it? So it's a, I thought like the camera did move down. Honestly, did think that happened. The camera should be up like 0.15 or something. Yeah, it should be up there. Right. I guess I'll just put another node on here so I'm not moving it around. The camera can just be set there. Okay. Oh yeah, I thought like the thing got shorter there. And the weapon is now. I feel like there's gotta be an orientation where I can see it. I can only see its shadow. It's kind of nuts. All right. Transform. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Annoying. All right, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Though it might be a bit off. Alright, how do I debug this? Weapon node should literally have a debug button on it. I don't know why it doesn't. Does player have a debug button on it? Nope. Okay. Right. I think I like took off a lot of debug stuff a while ago. No, I guess I gotta add that back. Okay. Let's get that taken care of then. Okay, for now I'll just have it so that I draw. When I do a ray cast. Weapon type fire projectiles. Weapon resource has debug enabled. Really? Okay. What a weird place to put it. Yeah, it does need to move out to not be here. The lag. Wow. It also just feels really loud. I think it was just variability. Yeah, it's just variability. Yeah, the transform's working perfectly then. Is it though? Is it working perfectly? Let me change the sphere radius to be like... I can't get that small. You haven't flown halfway across the map yet? I did go into the ground. I mean, that's just spot on. I was thinking maybe at this angle it might be wrong, or like looking up it might be wrong, but I guess if it's actually just sticking in place on the screen, that's fine. Alright, that's super straight. Messing with the recoil, yeah. The vehicle camera was funny when I was working on that, because I just had the transforms wrong so many times. And I would literally be on the other side of the map, driving the vehicle. Okay. Debug seems to be good. Though this doesn't have debug. And since I actually don't need it, I'm just also still not going to add it yet, so. You get plus 6 feet under, I guess the recoil misses mark, yeah. Yeah, at one point my camera was in the ground suddenly, and I could not figure out why. I did figure it out, but I was really surprised because I thought I just deleted code that wasn't running, and then I was suddenly in the ground. Oh, where am I at? Yeah, what have I done? I'm like not fully. I don't know. I feel awake, I don't feel weird. But I keep losing track of some things. Yeah, I think I was just making it work so that the weapon node is no longer attached. Now I think the weapon aim position down 0.1 is not correct. It probably should just be up 0.1. So raise the gun. That's actually a big raise. That's a little high. Well, actually the rifle should be okay. Awaken alive, as they say. This is a really funny position for the scope to be in. And that's way down there. Like, what? Okay. 0. Maybe I should get like a third person view. That's correct. Okay. Alright, this is where it should be. Okay. Alright. Weapon aim position is good. Now what? So is now the time when I figure out... Yeah, I think so. Yeah. 2024 was 4 years ago? Yes. Quick math. Did I say 2024? I'm going to say 2022. Because that's what you said. Yeah. All right, return. Don't return. I don't know why I found it a little funny. They cut off. Controller set recoil transform. So the recoil is. Oh wait, it's because I don't. Wait, what? I haven't done this yet. I am. No, I am. Okay. Recoil kick. Target. Vector 2. Add the change. I'm just gonna start deleting it. That function's not even called anymore, which is why I wasn't doing anything. Alright, yeah. I'm just gonna say return. And then I'm adding recoil, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say recoil transform add if recoil force is greater than 0. I will do recoil transform. I'm just going to do like a simple rotation. Rotated local. Right. By recoil force. So I want to say one force will be 1 degree. So I guess I just multiply it by the conversion of degrees to radians. Which is pi over 180, of course. And then set it to 0. And what I expect to see is every time I click, I'm just going to keep looking up further and further, is my expectation. And it's never going to come down. Okay, so it didn't do that. Recoil transform. Did you see this dude trying to gaslight me into thinking I typed 2024? Hit by recoil. So far, not yet. Multiplied by recoil transform. Interpolate recoil. Recoil force. Oh, is the force 0 right now? It doesn't go there. In fact, it will actually, this whole thing will go away. It should be here. Recoil force is 4. I figured it out. There we go. Okay, and now I should just slowly keep looking up. I'm not adding it right now. What? I should be adding it in update trigger. Here. I thought I wrote this. How did I... I definitely did write that. I definitely did. Oh well. So now I slowly rotate up. Still not understanding what I've missed. So it says oh. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. The pistol's rotating. Okay. This is funny. Now you can see the animation, just it's just the magazine going out and then back in. Loaded. Oh, I'm hitting myself. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Now... so here was the idea. Recoil Transform gets half of it, and then Alt Recoil Transform gets the other half, and I send the Alt to controller. Yeah. I was hoping that would happen. That's what I was going for. Alright. Recoil Transform, Transform, Local. So I guess this would be Recoil Split. And I would do... I guess to do Alt Transform will just be equal to Recoil Transform. No. I need to save that permanently somewhere. The Alt Transform is for the camera. Alright, so here's the thing with the camera. Maybe it moves a little bit, but it's not going to move a lot. It should move a very small amount. Is there a way that I can just like take the rotations? Thinking. More or less the camera should have like it, honestly the camera should just kind of have like an animation that plays. And then perhaps I can say I can put a small rotation, like a very, very small rotation. All right, let's say this. Somehow I need to compute I apply the recoil split. No. I apply the full I apply it fully. And then at the end, I take like a small percentage of this and I give it back to the controller. So I'll just call this recoil split. I guess recoil alt. I'll just write recoil alt split. Let's say like 10. So from this value, I need to compute a new transform that is just the same thing. Scaled. Scaling shouldn't change rotation. No, I've got it. I do interpolate with identity and then I give the weight. That's what it is. Huh? This is just an unknown function, I guess. Okay, so now I should start what? Oh, because I get rid of recoil alt transform. Alt recoil transform. No, what? What's still the problem? Recoil split is not defined. Of course. So now I rotate by like 0.4 degrees. Ah, right. Other way around. Okay. Alright, cool. So now my camera moves a little bit as well. Okay. So the recoil force is positive. The idea is that this is an instant velocity change. So I have recoil velocity. Oh, wait, I also actually need recoil torque. I have to compute an angular velocity as well. Would it be easier to actually just make this like some kind of physics object and then I have these? It's probably fine. This is also just a vector 3. Okay, yeah, I probably should. The weapon scene. Are the weapon scenes physics objects? They're weapon scene. Which is just a node 3D. Okay, I'll just figure it out. I'll just figure it out. Okay, so so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the y coordinate of I think I'm actually just gonna use the barrel. Okay. So it'll be like, okay, first of all, the weapon also needs a mass, technically. I'll just say it's 1 kilogram, which is heavier than normal, but heavier than a pistol, I think, is. Maybe. Well, not loaded. Is that going to be a big enough impact? Actually? It would, yeah. The mass of the weapon changes as you fire it. Because you're literally removing ammo. All right. Okay. I think here's what I'm just going to do. I'm just going to make like a rigid body. And this will be like an example mass or whatever. Just so I can modify its mass in real time. Which will change how it rotates. And it gives me just those calculations for me, because those are kind of hard to figure out, to be honest. Essentially what I'm looking for is I'm just going to take this, I match its velocity, or I call like apply impulse. It'll update the velocity, and then I can use that velocity to physically... I mean, I can also just literally have it. Oh, man. Right. Linear. Axis lock. I can probably do like process disabled and just no. Wait. I'm gonna go look at the code. Because what I would like to do is I'd like it to be there, but not in the scene. So it's just like a rigid body node that I'm like keeping hold of in memory. And I'm just kind of using it for calculations. Which is probably a bad idea. I probably should just copy the calculations and do them myself. I'll just look here. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, so body enter tree. It doesn't do anything. Body in out. Contact monitor. Body sync. Physics server. Okay. So it does. Okay. I do have to compute it myself. Inertia. This is surprisingly empty. If inertia is set to 0, then it automatically computes it from the mass, which is what I need to apply torques. And then I need Alright, I've got to get lunch. I've been waiting too long. I will go grab food and be back in like 15 minutes. Pretty good at that. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. I've got food. Alright, I won. Sleep well. Alright, actually I had leftovers, so I don't have to make anything. Although the earbuds are in the way. be back. I'm back. Okay. So I've just been looking to see if I can... Let's pull this back. I don't really want to use a whole rigid body in the background, because that is like memory. That's kind of... It's large. I think these are quite large objects. They create a lot of memory. I don't think they are very quick to produce. So I can't instantiate one and then... I definitely couldn't instantiate one like every frame. That'd be way too much. That'd be problematic. do that. But it would be nice if I could just have a rigid body here and add the shapes to it. And just like model collision for it. I guess what I could do is I could make this an object, a physics object, and then use shapes on it. I don't know. Why is this not happy? A shape must be provided. It's got one. What are you talking about? It's got one. Also, I can't even see it. That would be why I can't see it. The thing is, this like technically should give me a better... That's really far. It should give me better inertia values, right, if I use a physical thing. I was gonna say also technically the weapon does change its mass distribution when firing, but I think I can disregard that because of how short of a period of time that is. I don't know. And I think I could just treat it like it's a sphere. That's not really correct. Its inertia around the side here is a lot... Moment of inertia is a lot lower than it is this way. Takes a lot more force to rotate than this way. Of course. Alright, that's the best I got. Center of mass. It's hard to see. I don't know. I mean, the weapon should be balanced somewhere above the trigger, right? An empty weapon. I'm trying to think of how it felt. I know that with the revolver, you have to hold it up. Because like all of the weight of the gun is ahead of your hand. A pistol, though, I'm not sure because a lot of the weight is now back here in the grip. I'll go with this. Negative 0.01, 0.03. I'll say that. Then my idea here is that I just say process disabled. And disable is just remove. So now it just sits here. I'll just leave it called rigid body. And for now, I'll just have this one on ready. There. Just call it that. So now weapon node can use this. For that, I have a barrel marker on weapon scene. And then I have recoil marker. So my idea is essentially, I think what I do is I just take the how can I do this? I think what I do is to simulate the fact that it's being held. I take it's like a pivot point, right? So I want to apply the impulse, I think, to the barrel. I could also just move the center of mass. Up. This is weird. Recoil marker is supposed to match the average area. The average point of contact. Then the pivot point is that center of mass, I think, essentially then moved up. Moved to match the difference between those two. I mean, gotta rule. About, say, like 11 centimeters. So my thinking is I actually take the pivot. I actually take the pivot point and move it back. So the recoil marker is just going to be the pivot point of recoil for the weapon. Okay. Origin point of recoil pivot. Should be the first pivot behind the point of contact. The shooter. For a handgun, should be the elbows. For rifle, should be the shoulder. In fact, you know what I'll just say? I'll just have I'll call this a, what will I say? This is the, let's call it grip. And then I'm just gonna drop it entirely. I'm actually just gonna drop that completely. And then I'm gonna say, well, okay, I kind of need it. Brace point of the weapon. For weapons with stocks. Otherwise, the back center of the yeah. And then I think on weapon resource, I guess I can throw it into the recoil section, but I'm going to delete all of this stuff. I need aim control though, never mind. So I have recoil enabled. The shoulder is braced. What I'm trying to say here is if the weapon can be say has stock. Not sure. Essentially my thinking here is probably just getting ahead of myself, but at the same time, if Recoil is actually going to be more physically simulated, essentially, I think I'd like to have or start preparing for support of weapon ready states, where, jeez, this buzz. Maybe that's crazy, actually. Thinking about that's kind of crazy. But I do want to have hands on the weapon. Let's not go that far for now. Well, it's called Recoil has stock. Let's say if this weapon, that. So when that's there, we're gonna take that brace point and just go back like 2 or 3 centimeters, and that'll be the pivot. Otherwise, if it's the elbow, I take that pivot point and, or if it's not on a stock, essentially this is just there, it's there. Like a foot back. I mean, this has centimeters on it. I can actually just read that. About 30 centimeters. We should go back 30 centimeters from that point. And that's the pivot location. Yeah, it can just be called brace marker. Brace point the weapon for weapons with stocks. This should be the back center of the stock, otherwise should be back center of the grip. Yeah. Okay. So now recoil. I think what I do is do this. Rotating it rotates it about the center. I want to rotate it about something else. I mean, I guess I just take the brace point. Yeah, okay. So I take the recoil transform. I start with that. I move the pivot back. Wait, I have the rigid body there. Hang on. Right, if I'm... Hang on. If I'm... I just gotta think in silence about it for a minute. Okay. I've got it. So what I want is for the weapon node to basically fully control the position of the weapon to a degree. The player will still move the weapon node, the whole thing itself, to be where it should be. The weapon node contains within it a weapon scene. That weapon scene will have markers for like hand positions, which may be animated. And the arms will be part of the player, and the player will request the location that each of its hands should be at, and then it'll do inverse kinematic stuff for the hands, for the arms. Right? Now, when the weapon recoils, the player essentially tells the weapon node, all right, let's keep you where I want you to be. Like, relative to if I'm aiming, if I'm on the side, if I'm, you know, over my shoulder, wherever the player may want the weapon to be, the player can do that. The weapon node gets to do some transformations to the scene within some limits. Mainly for recoil. Okay. So I think that's correct. That's correct thinking there. Now what this means is I still have to compute things like actual angular rotation, translation, stuff like that. Essentially, I think the weapon gets probably maybe a centimeter. If a shoulder weapon gets like a centimeter of moving back and forth, I think. That seems about right to me. Yeah, like a centimeter of motion back into your shoulder. If I move it much further than that, then I think the player needs to, you know, do some body stuff or whatever. I can figure that out if I get there. But the weapon node can decide to move up and rotate like this. So I need to find a way to, first of all, how can I do this? I need to convert just an instantaneous change to a velocity and an angular rotation. So what I could do is I could take the current transform, compute its next transform from the force, and then I guess I take the differences between all that and I just set that as angular rotation or angular velocity and translational velocity. Right? I think that's probably correct. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't... It's really just because... Okay, and from that thought, then I need to go on to, do I need the rigid body? I don't think so. Really the only thing that I actually need is like mass. If I apply an impulse outside of it, and that the weapon doesn't just include... Okay. So essentially the whole thing that's happening is, at least with a handgun, your elbow is going to... Essentially the weapon acts as... You can think of the whole structure as being the gun like fused with your hand, and then like your elbow is the stopping point. So when I apply an impulse to the weapon, I'm actually applying an impulse to the weapon, which goes pretty much all the way down to your elbow. So that rotation, I'm even thinking now maybe I need to have something else for... No, that's fine. The weapon will jump up a little bit, but then your whole arm is going to move up a little bit too. Oh, dude, I'm not, I think I'm not smart enough and I'm not awake enough for this. I gotta do something else. That's 4 already. Where does the time go? What have I done besides... I feel, bad. I've done pretty much nothing. This might just have to go on the back burner. I'll go ahead and get the stuff in here for the camera changes, where the weapon node is in a different location now. But yeah, I'm going to return Recoil back to... Well, I guess not, actually. I've still deleted quite a bit of it. So I got rid of that. Look basis. Okay, I think I can send player just to delete the smoothing stuff. I don't see anything about recoil in here. And yeah, weapon node moved out there. None of that. Type 1 by default, really? Okay. Let me just make that 0. What? Right. Okay. Okay, so this was adding just smooth camera stuff. Which I'm assuming is going to be identical to what I have, but no, it's baked in. Not modifying any of that. No, I actually do have to add this. I guess I gotta say yes. I'll add that. No, I don't need to add that. I'll just leave the recoil there for now. Yep. Okay. Oh. No, I mean, I shouldn't be committing that file anyway. Let's check. I stripped out camera smoothing. I'm actually so cooked. Maybe I do terrain right now. Maybe that's what I do. I'm like spacing out. Um, use use physics interpolation for smoothing the camera. Remove camera smoothing code. So probably put that first. And then move weapon node to instead of camera. Okay. Okay. Terrain. I just don't want to. Part of terrain is going to be fixing whatever bug that they have that makes it... I mean, I guess I can just look at it. Whatever their brush thing does that just blasts and does like some really stupid interpolation on the brush. I was gonna say, I think it's data. Is it data? I had to take the headphones out. Your earbuds out. Earbuds suck. Okay, so it's not this. Editor? I mean, I don't think so. Oh, there's brush. Operate map. Brush image. Tool. Okay. Brush image. Meters. Clamp it between 2 and 496. Okay. Map operations. Brush pixel position. Sure. X, Y. Add vertex spacing. Brush offset. Zero to brush size, so we're interpolating every one of those. Is in bounds. Get pixel value. So the first problem is that this is yeah. So we're doing get pixel. It should probably be get sample, like sample a texture at like a sub-pixel coordinate is what it should be instead of get pixel. Someone look for that. What the? Okay. What type is it? Just gonna wrap this around. So yeah, what it should be is first of all, I think this should be snapping. I think the brush should honestly be snapping to the nearest pixel. I think that's the first thing. So yeah, I think the first thing is to make it so that wherever my mouse is, it should just be snapping, I think. But no, the brush position should snap. It just should. So global position operating at global position. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it, well, I guess let me see where operate map is called. called here. Operate. Operation movement. Okay. Convolve the last 8 movement events. Convolve. Okay. Okay. I think honestly, what I'm just gonna do, I think it's probably best that I no, no, no. No. Alright, I've got it. Brush image. This does get pixel brush image. Brush image is image. Okay. Image. Image. I want to sample a subpixel value. Okay. Image texture? Nope. Yeah, I want to do bicubic filtering on this, and I want to do sub-pixel sampling. Oh, there's resize. Which I don't really want to do resize. I just want to do a sample. I mean, actually, if I'm going to be applying over the whole brush size, then I do need to resize it. Never mind. Okay. So I think it's just simply going to be like image brushed at a brush image. All right, I think when I'm changing the brush image size, I should resize it. Or what is brush data? I'm assuming brush data, yeah, is a dictionary. Okay. So I think what I should do is when I do operate, I check right here if I have, I'll do this. I'll do brush image size. Set brush data. And then I say there we go. Brush texture. Yeah, anytime I'm changing brush images 0. No, what? No. No. Brush data size. I want to find in this file. Get brush data size. Okay, I think this is all I really do. I can just say like P data, set brush data. Let me find where this is. Set. On setting changed. Set brush data. What's enable texture and texture fit? Oh, I know what that is. Wait, brush spin speed is clamped between 0 and 1? And the editor... Wait a second. This is, this must be wrong. This must be incorrect. Because... Look at that, it goes 0 to 100. So unless brush spin speed 100%? Okay, I get it. Whatever. Image resized is false. I'll just say that it's false. So anytime I change it, we'll resize the image as we go. So resize that. Here, if not brush image, it's an error. And I guess at this point I can say is that what I did? Yep. If brush data get image resized, then I guess I say not. Then if not image resized, whoops, then I need to resize it. Actually, I kind of just say like does resize modify in place? It modifies it in place. Copy from. Copy source image to this image. Copy from. Well, I gotta go look at that because I don't trust it. Actually, I can't go look at that. Never mind. Man. Actually, I'll just say this. If brush image resized, then yeah, I say brush. Let's do this. I'll say brush resized. And then if not, this is where the error is. If not brush image, then brush image would be that. And if not, then I still have a problem. And then here I say, ref image is valid ref. Cast 2. Not sure what that is. Okay. How do I do this? A reference image. Oh, this is annoying. Instantiate. Dot instantiate. Okay, that's what I thought. To a new width and height, and then interpolation is here we go. There we go. Oh, I could even say duplicate, actually. I'll do that. I'll say duplicate. Instead of doing the other stuff. Working image equals that image duplicate. Also, why is it not cast with a ref? Why did we do that? Like, there's literally no point to doing that, actually. Image, interpolation, interpolate, whatever I want. I guess I should do it like this, right? If the get width and get height is not equal to that. Oops. Confused. Does it always scale it up to that? Vector 2 of brush size. Image size. over brush size times image size, pixel position. All right, here's the other problem. If I'm not exactly lined up, then, oh man. I mean, yeah, maybe it is just snapping it to the right pixel. But then the resizing will help it to not jump pixels too frequently. Map pixel position. UV position map pixel position integer. I think as these things are stacking, right? Um, source A. Brush alpha. We get the red channel. Source F. Source float, destination float. It is height. Add. Map type is height. Add height. Lift. What? Brush center. Say lift troughs. Raise. Destination is equal to source float source is the original value plus brush alpha times strength. Okay. Height we interpolate between source float, height, using the brush alpha strength. Okay. We're holding Alt. Brush center Y. Brush center Y. Huh? Oh wait. Brush center Y is the global position Y. Oh. Okay. Wait, no, what? Y plus brush alpha times strength. Lamp. Brush center Y. The Y coordinate of where the mouse is. Then we add the brush height to that. And we take our output value is the Y position between the current value as a minimum and a higher value of source plus what? I don't understand that. That's a really that's an odd thing. I don't know what that is. Huh. Okay. Anyway, whatever. Get rotated UV times image size. Image size should just be brush size. Brush UV. Get rotated UV. Okay. Wasn't it? I really, really am. Map pixel position. Yeah, I mean, this just needs to be snapped. We just have to snap the global position to the nearest vertex, I think. I can't really do that because then it sucks. I'm struggling a lot. I actually just can't keep a train of thought. Alright, I'm just fried. I'm done. I can't. I try to push through it, and I hate that I just cannot, I just hit a point where I can't go any longer. My brain gives up on me. So, I can't think anymore. That's it for us today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, and goodbye.